Good afternoon. How are we all doing out there? Oh, I have a feeling that today is going to be one of those days where we're going to have to fix things as we go. For those of you who were here on Sunday, we're going to be continuing on with very much the same thing. For those of you that weren't, the plan for today is to essentially make what you're seeing on stream right now. That's the plan. At the moment, it's a slideshow. That's what it is. It's an image slideshow. We're planning to make it so it's a little bit more adaptable and a little bit easier to change around. So more on that in a little bit. But whilst we're waiting, I'm going to go grab myself a cup of tea. I suggest you do the same. We tend to do things in hour chunks around here. 1 hour doing, and then about 3 minutes, kind of taking a break, going to the bathroom, that kind of stuff. 2 reasons for that. One is because it's always good to take screen breaks. Thoroughly recommend it. It's good for your own health. And sometimes kind of walking away from the screen, you go, oh yeah, I haven't eaten. I haven't had a drink in a while. I haven't done this. I haven't done that. I need to stretch. I need to get up. I need to move about. So that's the one reason we do it. The other reason we do it is so that we can run ads to stop pre-rolls for people who are coming into the stream. You know what it's like. You come into a Twitch stream and you're immediately face first into ads. It's not a good experience. So we like to do it where... it's controlled. And I can go, okay, we're having a break, we're having 3 minutes of ads. Go do what you need to do, or you can sit and watch the ads, or if you're subscribed, you can, I guess, listen into the secrets that are going on in my mind, or all the good music. I don't know. But that's what we're going to do now. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads before we go live, so that anybody who's joining the stream doesn't get ads as soon as they join. So I'll be back on the other side of this ad break.
ideas from the ocean they come. They turn to write the thoughts for.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, morning, evening, I guess. Good time zone. And welcome. Oh, almost forgot. Where is it? Where is my mug of tea? So, hello and good evening. For those of you who haven't been in here before, this is the Pinnacle Larder. This is my bar floating somewhere on the Antarctic Ocean with my good friends Captain Waddles and General Rafters, and Humphrey's around here somewhere as well. Somewhere, probably behind the camera, to be fair. They're not too into that social media stuff, so probably not going to see them around. But they are an integral part of the team here. You may notice in the top right there a nice little portrait a friend of mine did, pj.exe, an amazing role player and artist. They usually do a few doodles every now and then, and that's one of the doodles they did of, well, what I look like on a Monday morning, frankly. So if that's the kind of thing you're into, give them a follow. Their channels in chat. But today we're going to be basically trying to make what you've just seen. And what do I mean by that? Well, at the moment, it's a slideshow. At the moment, I have to go in and I have to make an image for every single one of those things you see and just make it into a carousel, make it into a slideshow. Which is all well and good. But that means that I have to do work, right? And it's not something I can do whilst I'm live. The ultimate goal here is that when somebody redeems the chat redemption Xing Y, as soon as I click the accept button, it should be added to that rotation. Or at least I shouldn't have to faff about with my image editor of choice, which at the moment is Photoshop because I'm roped into a contract with them right now because of various things. Basically, long story short, I had to move the date that I pay for it. And then they were like, oh, we'll just cancel your current one and restart it. Oh, but that means that you're stuck with us for another year. Oh, what a shame. So, at the moment, good evening, Soberball. Welcome to the iceberg. Ahoy, indeed. How are you doing today, by the way? Probably fairly new around these parts. Don't know if you've come across me before, but yep, I'm Tipster, and I run this bar. This bar floating here somewhere in the Antarctic Ocean. No idea where we are. Captain Waddles, who you've just seen down there, is our iceberg navigator, and consistently loses the map or holds it upside down. So, no idea where we are in the Antarctic Ocean, but we know we're somewhere. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, across the whole world, we've managed to narrow it down to about 10%. Possibly less, because I think we're not inland, at least. Hope not. But welcome to the stream. How is your day going? Or, you know, if you prefer to sit back and lurk and just watch what's going on, that's perfectly fine too. We are absolutely chilled here. Not just because it's sub-zero outside, but also, you know, we're fairly laid back. Some things to be aware of. You might hear some noises in the background. That is either the iceberg's outboard motor or the washing machine. I'm not sure which, and I don't want to go check. Soberball, looking for you. You've been looking for me. Okay. Do you know me from somewhere else? I'll tell you what, whilst we're waiting for you to answer that, let me show you what we're going to be doing today. It does help if I do this right, doesn't it? Where's the button? Where's the button? Here. I'm talking to you, Soberball. I'm talking to you. You said looking for you. I'm just... I was asking if you've been looking for me a while. Are you... Or am I misunderstanding? That is also a possibility. Anyway, cup of tea. So this is what we're going to be doing today. Ah, you were at work today making games. Nice. What kind of games do you work? Are you allowed to say? I don't know, because you know some companies are very locked down. I know a few people who've had to sign various NDAs until the point at which, you know, the game's released. I have a friend of mine who, well, I'll tell you what, we'll get into the code and I'll talk about it there. Meet you up there. An action game. Interesting. What kind of action game? Because that covers quite a broad spectrum. You know, are we talking action adventure? Are we talking stealth action? Are we talking shooty action? Oh, you only know modelling. Okay. Well, welcome to the Pinnacle Ladder. But yes, modelling is one of those things that I'm not good at. Like, there are people out there who are much more talented than me, and I am in awe of the people who can do it. Never really been an artsy person. Even in art class, I mean, I do a little bit of creative stuff, obviously, when it comes to video and video editing and things like that. But a lot of the stuff that I do is infographics and lower thirds and things like that. Those kinds of motion graphics, as opposed to anything like title sequences or things like that. So yeah, I'm absolutely astounded by people who are creative, because sometimes it's a case of I lack the vision, and sometimes it's a case of I lack the way I lack the ability to make what is in my head either match on the page or explain it to someone who's able to do that for me. Occasionally I will have quite a vivid idea of what I want, and there is definitely a skill in explaining that to an artist or a modeler or a sculptor or a graphic designer. And that's a skill that I haven't quite perfected. And it's not due to lack of trying either. I'm not the kind of person who's like, oh, just give it more pizzazz, you know? Just give it more pop. Make it pop. I'm not one of those people. I tend to try and be specific about it, but sometimes it's very difficult to get out what I'm after. And I've even tried sketching it myself sometimes, and my ability to sketch isn't great either. Mainly because it's really difficult to hold a pen with these flippers. Don't know if you've tried wearing mittens and holding a pen at the same time. Actually, with mittens, you've got an advantage. You've got a thumb. Boxing gloves. No, you have thumbs on boxing gloves. Pecaratai? Is that Pecaratai? I'm not 100% certain. I'm really sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. But welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Pinnacle Larder. Welcome to my humble little iceberg floating somewhere in the Antarctic Ocean. And thank you for using your Prime sub. I know it's an honour considering you only get one of those a month. So thank you very much for deciding to use yours here. Again, I'm really sorry if I butchered your name, because what I wish Twitch would do at some point is have a little field that you have on your user account where you can tell people how to pronounce your name. So that's it. And thank you for following as well. Subscribe before following, but you know. Welcome to the iceberg. But yeah, I wish there was a little field that you could put in how to pronounce your name. So for instance, for me, it goes one of two ways. Either people read it as tipster because they know leet speak, or they read it as T-Wompster or T1. Kamasari, welcome to the stream as well. Welcome to the iceberg, and welcome to our little bar floating in the Antarctic Ocean somewhere. And Muramasa. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm really glad that you're here, but I am intrigued. How did you find me? Where have you come from? How did you get here? By boat, probably, considering we're an iceberg floating in the Antarctic Ocean somewhere, but, you know, everybody has their means. There's a lot going on right now. So I've only just started getting back into this. And what we're doing today is I don't know if you can see, but behind me there's a little text carousel going on. That's what we're trying to build. And the thing that you can see in kind of in black across the screen is where we've got so far. So we have it appearing on, but For some reason, it's not substituting the text, and for some reason, it's not going off. And I have my suspicions. I definitely have my suspicions. But yes, welcome along, welcome aboard, and thank you for coming. And again, if I'm throwing these questions at you and you don't want to answer them, that is perfectly fine. Sit back, relax, grab your cup of tea or your drink of choice, whether it's hot, brown, both or neither, and just chill as we try and work out how to fix this. So what we've done so far, this is the basic HTML. Up here, we are telling it that this is the style sheet, so this is how we want it to look. This is the bit of on-screen text here. We're using your very long text here just to demonstrate what a long piece of text would look like in this scenario. And you can see it's just about fitting, which is great. But if I wanted to change this to your very long monologue here, then you can see, if I reload it, it wraps around, which is what we want. We don't want it going off the sides of the screen. That's the main thing. Realistically, everything that I put on there should only be one line anyway. But it's nice to have that flexibility in case something comes up in future that we really want to put on there that's a little bit too long. So yes, we're referencing the style sheet, and then we're referencing some JavaScript code here. Over here on the right hand side, this is our style sheet. So this is how we tell the browser that's looking at the HTML file what we want it to look like. All this does is go, this is where I want the pieces to go. These are the pieces I want, and this is where I want them to go. What CSS does is it turns around and goes, okay, this bit here, I want this to look like that. This bit here, I want it to be positioned here on the page, or I want it to be... There's a lot of things you can do with CSS. It's a very flexible tool. There are absolute wizards out there who can make full-blown animations with CSS. Look up on YouTube, you can find them anywhere. I'm just starting out. For context, I have used HTML and CSS and JavaScript like twice. Once, but both times for a poker tournament we hosted last Saturday to make a leaderboard and a blinds timer. So I am very much learning as I go, and I'm a proponent of learning by experimenting. It's all well and good sitting down with a book or sitting down with a bunch of tutorials and going, I'm just going to absorb all this information. But I find, and learning is different for everybody, but I find the best way for me to learn is by doing. By going, I have this thing I want to build, how do I want to build it? And Muramasa, many flails! Welcome to the Flailers, and thank you for your Prime subscription. As I said, you only get one of those a month, so I'm honoured that you chose to use it here. Just disclaimer, we stream I'm trying to stream every Sunday. And then Tuesdays if I have the energy. That's the plan, is Sundays and Tuesdays. But okay. Picaratal, I cannot read that, so bear with me. I'm just going to do my best to translate that. That's a great explanation. Thank you. Good luck with your delivery and good night. Thank you very much. If you're leaving, have a good night. If you're sticking around, great, fantastic. Lovely to be here. Lovely to have you here. Sorry. I would ask if you can to speak in English in the chat, but that's not everybody's first language. I totally get that. But thank you for the kind words. So what we're doing here is we are telling it that we want the font to be 20th century MT, which is the one that we use kind of everywhere. At the moment the font color is black 000, that's the hex code. Realistically we want it white, so we can just do that by changing this to FFF. This is, if you're familiar with hex codes, this is, found it by chance, it came up in a Japanese Twitch recommendation. Interesting. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you clicked through. I don't know why it came up as a Japanese Twitch recommendation, but because we're only English. But I'm glad you're here, and thank you for coming along. Font stretch condensed, so because there is no native way to do 20th century MT condensed, we're doing it by changing the font stretch here. Font size, fairly self-explanatory. That is the size of the font. One of the things I want to do once we're done is I want to change this from an absolute to relative size. At the moment, this is 256 point, and it will always be 256 point, regardless of how big the thing on screen is. So, if for some reason we wanted to stream in 4K, or we wanted to stream in 720, it wouldn't resize if we made it smaller, which would be an issue because it would go off the sides. So at some point I want to change this to a relative size, and there are various ways we can do that in CSS. One of the ways you can do it is by using something called VH or VW, and that basically takes the size of the viewport, which is the window you're looking in, and does it relative to that. So VH is viewport height, and it goes from 0 to 100. So and it's a percentage. You can also do Vmin and Vmax, which are the minimum, the smaller of the two, and the larger of the two. So if somebody's, it will render it differently if somebody's using it on the phone as opposed to the desktop. Then we have height and width. That's hopefully self-explanatory. That's we've done it as percentages again, so that if for whatever reason we need to change the size, it will automatically scale. That's the plan. And then flex. This is a work of magic, and I have no idea quite how it works. All I know is that it makes a box that is flexible for us to put our things in. And then align items center. So of those items in the box, it will try and put them as central as possible. So that's what we've got there, and that is for our div here, which is it's like a container. It's like a box we're putting things in. Then our paragraph here, we've got it aligned to the center, and then we've got a bottom margin of 25%. Now the reason is, if you look at the one behind me, it's very difficult to tell right now, but if I go back to the opening here, you can see that it's just slightly above the midpoint, because underneath is where we have the timer. So it needs to be centered when that timer's there. So that's why we've messed around with that. The opacity is a temporary thing, just so whilst I've got it overlaid here, you can still sort of see behind it. And then these are our animations. So one of the things you can do in CSS is you can dictate animations, and we've done this by translating the X value, so that's the left-right, by 100%, so the amount of the screen width, either way. So for it to hide, we're sending it off to the left because it goes left to right. So 0 is kind of the bottom, 0, 0 is the bottom left part of your screen, and 100% is the right hand side of your screen. At least that's how I understand it. Again, very new to this, so it's I'm learning with you essentially at this point. And then we change the visibility to hidden so that it's not showing, so that when it's off screen we can move it all the way back to the other side, change the text and bring it back on. That's the plan. So now that I've kind of shown you where we're at, I realise I'm a little over enthusiastic for a chill stream, but having this many people drop in, seemingly out of the blue, is very new to me. So welcome, and get yourself comfortable. It might also be because I've changed the music up a little bit as well. I've gone from a lo-fi playlist to just approaching Nirvana, because various reasons, and their music can go from very chill to very dramatic to very upbeat, so energy might be changing quite a bit throughout the stream. So my running theory is that we have this class here, show. That's what this is applying to here. So my running theory is that that's applying, great. But when we start up, we're not removing it. So I think what's happening is they're clashing. So that's a possible culprit for why it's not hiding after it's done. Oh! Well, it did something. Gonna look at that again. Maybe we've got this the wrong way round. Maybe we need to start by showing and then hide. So the other thing I'm worried about is when we first load it up, its default position is the center. And that might not be something I want. So maybe we change its default to off screen on the right. This is version 1, by the way, using only one piece of text. You'll see behind me there are periods where there's 2 pieces of text on the screen at the same time. That's the plan for version 2. Although that might end up being easier, because then we're not changing the one piece of text and moving it. Although we have to move it, but it's not... I don't know. Again, we're experimenting, we're seeing what works and what doesn't, and we're trying to work with what we have. So, I think the problem with this right now is for some unknown reason it's not doing this. And I don't know why. Oh! I'm an idiot. So, let's have a look. One thing that's always going to catch me out with this stuff is I'm always going to forget a semicolon here. I'm going to capitalize something I shouldn't. Different programming languages have different kind of procedures for capitalizing various things. Like here, you'll see we start with a lowercase and then every word after that is capitalized. That's what caught me out. It's still not going off screen, which is odd. Going to check in here. Okay. So we're going to reload it. We're going to see if... That's odd. That's not right. That's not right at all. Okay, let's get rid of the show class. And then we're going to say that the basis of this is translate X 100%. And then we're going to tell, instead of doing hide as our first thing, we're going to do show. And then at the end of show, because that's forwards. Yep, so we're going to do this differently. So the other thing we need to do, I've just realised, is we don't remove the hide anywhere. Oh, we do. So we remove the event listener, we increase the slide number, change the inner HTML to that. I'm going to change the slide time, it's 10 seconds. So theoretically, maybe we just alter it in HTML rather than using classes, because we're only animating one. If we want to do 2 elements in future, we probably should keep the classes, purely because then it makes it easier to apply a bunch of properties to one element, and we're going to be putting an element on and taking an element off and then swapping what those 2 elements do. So maybe that's worth a punt. Pardon me. So document get element text remove event listener. Let's just see what this does. So that worked to an extent. Very jittery, and I'm not sure if that's it doesn't look like an OBS thing. Also, I haven't been recording this whole time, which is great, but it might be because it's let's change the opacity a sec. No, that's still quite slow. It's not, the speed isn't the issue, it's the judderiness of it. Okay, we'll hide that a second. So let's go through what's happening here. So we're starting out, we've got this list of texts here. We've got this text element, we've got our slide number 0. This is all functions. The first thing we do is we shuffle these texts so we get a random one. That's fine, we know that's working. I'm going to get rid of console.logArray because I know that's working. Because it's giving us a new one every time we bring it up. The next thing it does is it sets interval show slide slide time times 1000. So it shows the slide. In that, it removes an event listener, which we haven't actually added yet. Increments the slide number, so it's now on slide number 1. Which we don't want it to do. We want that to happen up here. So if the slide number is less than the length of that table, that array, then we just take the slide number and go, okay, this text is what we're showing. If the slide number is doesn't fit that, so either greater than or equal to, we set it to 0, we shuffle everything, and then we get this screen text here. That works. We then remove the hide animation and add the show animation seemingly simultaneously. So what we need to do is we need this event listener here at the end here, because we want that to activate once this that's a problem, because that's just going to activate as soon as this show animation happens. Is there a way we can alter the style? This fires straight away. Set. Let's see if we can set interval with delay. Close that. What? No. Hold on. It's not what I want. Set timeout allows us to run a function once after the interval of time. Interesting. So instead of doing this, let's do set timeout, hide slide, slide time, Does that make sense? And it takes 2,000 seconds to happen, so we're just going to take 2,000 off. Does that work? Hold on. Jeeves, I may have cracked it. Nothing is on. Okay. Still need to fix that. Interesting. Okay, now I think we're dealing with race conditions. Let's have a look at that again from the top. So everything is fine. For some unknown reason, it goes to the left of field. Goes off. Doesn't come back on. Right. Let's launch this locally. Let's also change this to black because then I can see it. That's fine. So goes to hide, and then it can't apply the show animation again. Why? Let's do this then. And do it this way. Instead. Shuffling decks. Should be there for about 8 seconds. Goes off. Sort of works. It sort of works. It briefly flashes back on screen, but I think that works. Let's get rid of this set interval. And we're just going to start by calling show slide. That looks a lot smoother. I think the set interval was messing it up. Okay, there is a brief period where it's on screen and zipping back across. That's something we need to fix. So hold on. That's a CSS thing. That's got to be a CSS thing. So let's set this at 3000 instead. And we'll set this at just straight up slide time. Shuffling next. It's still aligning left. That's something we can fix. That's okay. Okay, everything feels a little off kilter. Yeah, the whole shebang. It feels like everything's rendering to the left of the screen for some reason. I'm not sure why. Let's remove this a second. Actually, better yet, let's comment it out. No. Interesting. That was odd. Goes back across, appears. Everything feels a little off, right? Yeah. But the key principle is there. It's doing what we want to, just not in the cleanest of ways. That's right, nothing is on fire. We're going to set this back to FFF. So that it's the right colour. Great. We might actually set this so that opacity, we'll do it at 80%. I think that's nice. That'd be a nice effect, right? It's just a little bit shining through. Okay. We're at a point where things are looking okay. I think the next step is obviously clean up, right? The next step is to make it look a little bit more clean. Because what we're aiming for is this. This is what we're aiming for. So we're aiming for it to be centered on the page, for it to go off. Again, it might be easier just for us to rotate. Like that. Is it to do with this being forwards? Let's take the forwards off this a second. Hold on. So, what forwards does is it says at the end of the animation, I want it to stop where this animation is, right? So if I do this, no, okay, that does nothing. We are populating the text before we're adding this show. Do we want to go further? Do we want to go translate X 200% and 50? Is that gonna work? No. Let's try that. That goes all the way. So it's still taking the left edge. There's a way to counteract that. Hold on. I found it somewhere the other day. There's an offset. MS. So if we do minus MS minus transform, translate X 50%. Try that. Okay, interesting. What's this? Transform. Ah, okay, hold on. It needs to be lifted after. It's like an anchor point? No. Interesting. Let's try 100. So that's doing nothing. Let's just double check. Let's try minus 50. No? Yeah, that's not working. That is a minor problem. I think it's because it requires position to be absolute. So let's take that off. Let's also move the visibility visible to like 1% in. Right? That will get rid of this problem where it's like straight across the page. Hopefully. Nope, still does it. Oh wait, hold on. Let's just set margin auto here. Yes! Yes! Close. Let's try minus 200. That looks fine. Go on. I didn't see a flash there. I think we fixed it. Now we just need to get the timings a little bit tighter. Oh, no. I think it's all to do with timings now. And also we need to move it up a little bit. Maybe we can do that with padding. So we can pad the bottom a little bit. Like that. Not even 25. That's better. That's good. Okay. I'm going to go do a little happy dance for a bit because we've achieved something. We're actually like pretty damn close to where I want to be. The only trouble is now we have that occasional flashing, and I'm not quite sure how to fix it. I think it's something to do with the fact that that's the default point. So maybe we set the default point to transform. There. That's on. Oh my god, I think it works. No. We were so close. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take a short break. and I suggest you do too. Let's head back to the bar a second. So, yes, I'm going to take a short break. Kind of give my mind time to disconnect and then come back in. Sometimes coming back with a fresh pair of eyes helps these things. I suggest you do the same. You know, stretch, go do what you need to do, grab a glass of water, or just sit back, listen to the music, chill. Whatever is your preference. There'll be some music on in the background, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to run some ads in the meantime. The reason we do this is so that anybody new who comes into the stream doesn't get bombarded by them as soon as they walk in. That's the main reason. So I'll be back shortly. See you then.
Can't you see me fall?
Hope you had a good break. Oh, hold on. Yeah. There we go. There's my mark. So, we've made progress. We've made quite a bit of progress, actually. If we look at it now. It's basically there. The only thing is, as you can see, it briefly flashes for a second. So what I probably want to do is I want the default to be hidden. And then I think that fixes it, because if we go back up there, hold on. Let me just take my cup of tea with me. So, if we watch it, I think what's happening is there's a brief section where it's defaulting. So I think if we just set the default visibility to hidden, like this, because interesting. Okay, so that doesn't work. Reload. Maybe we need a function in between the two of them that resets everything. Maybe that's the way to do this. Because there is a brief period where there's nothing applied, right? So between hide and show, we need a reset. I'm hoping the music's at the right volume. Yes, it is. Okay, good. Right. Also, let's just make this easier by... also, we don't need the event listener anymore. I think if we do this, it doesn't break. Right. Okay, good. All I've done is I have put this as a variable so that if we need to change it in future for whatever reason we can, or if we need to go, Oh, text element 1, text element 2. Yeah, so there's that brief flash there that's the issue. So we start off by showing a slide. Show slide goes into hide slide, which then hides it. The issue we have let's set this to 2000 because we know how long the animation is. Right. Does that just fix it? Was it just that there was too long? Was that it? No. Okay. But the 2000 works. Right. And that's something we should probably make a variable in future and then use that variable in here somehow. So reset slide. So reset slide. So the trouble right now is that it's having to do that immediately. So this is forwards. We're going to do dot reset, which is going to ensure that visibility is hidden. And that should all happen instantly. So let's do text element.class list. We're going to add look after stream. So in theory, if we go reset, and then we call show slide. Immediately after. Does that work? Okay, it's coming in okay, which is good. It means we haven't broken anything. Now comes the bit that I'm worried about. Goes off, hits the reset button. Okay, we're going to let this run a few times. Bugger. There's the odd bit where it flashes, and I'm not 100% certain why that is. Whew. Let's remove hide. Now, does this happen concurrently? It's now happening quite often. That was fine. So there's something. Something not quite right about what we're doing. Is it going to default briefly? Is that what's happening? Let's have a look. So it goes to class hide, class show. Interesting. I don't know if you're seeing this up here. So I'm just looking at what's happening with the code, with the HTML. Let's have the reset on a timeout. Of like 50 milliseconds. That way so it's showing. Hide. Okay, let's try it. Now that first flash, I'm not worried about too much, purely because that's something that's going to happen whilst we're offline, whilst I'm setting up. That looked fine. Okay, that's one. Two. Come on. Come on. Come on. 3. This is working. It's working. Okay. So all we needed to do was have an intermediary state, because it was executing everything at the same time and going. Oh no, no! I thought I saw something. That's doing it again. No, I thought I'd fixed this. Let's make the timeout longer. Let's make it half a second. That way there's half a second. Even with half a second, it's not doing it.
I just want to go back.
Okay, option 2. Is we rotate. Okay. So, version 1 might not work. Because what we're doing is we are editing too many things at the same time, right? I think that's what's happening, is that there is a point at which it can't apply everything at once. So, oh, hold on. Where are we? I've just had an idea. We're just relying on the animations. We're not doing anything with the actual properties at the start. So we should probably set those. Is that it? Was that my error? Looking good so far. No! Maybe we don't remove hide. Hold on.
I just want to go back.
Because that's default. Instead, we remove hide here. Try that. So we're removing a hide after 500 milliseconds. It's looking good. It still looks like a bit of a slideshow, but, you know, what are you going to do? Okay. I'm just going to try something. I'm going to quickly open up the web page as is. But in a browser that's not the OBS browser. Calling floor. I've changed the colour so that I can see it on the... Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. So when it... I don't know how to show this. What's the best way to show this? Let's go F11. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this in a way that isn't gonna flashbang everybody. Let's do a background of something. Let's set a color. Where is it? Set a dark color. This will do. It's close enough. Right. Ignore the border right now. But if I so you're not there is something happening on the web page that you can't see in OBS. And the only way for me to do it is to window capture. So bear with me a second. Transform. Fit screen. So. I'll have my camera, please. So you'll see when it goes off screen, and then it comes back. There's this bar at the bottom, right? So what's happening is it's extending the page. And I think what it's doing it's not dealing with that well. I forget how to get rid of the scroll bar. That's something I need to look at. But maybe that's the fix. There's got to be a place where I've done this before. display? Might be in display. Overflow hidden. Haha! Hidden. Try that. So now anything that goes off the sides of the page shouldn't show up.
Surrender will break you. In the end, you'll cooperate.
So we'll try that.
Tell them what
Oh god.
I'll do
Well,
before I'm through.
let's get rid of the background.
Make you cry, make you squirm, make you beg. Grab your jaw, make you look in my face.
It might just also be a caching issue as well.
If you lie, we can simply make you say.
That worked. That's one. That's one. That's two. It's quite slow. It's very... We'll need to optimize this somehow. Think we fixed it. Think it was the overflow that was the problem. No! Why? Why? Why is it every time I say I think we fixed it? Pray. Why? Why? No. Okay. New plan. Wait, but that's minus 100%. Oh, hold on. I think I found the problem. Default. So we've changed the default to no longer display on screen. So now the default is somewhere off to the right hand side. Try two. It looked like it worked for a second. But then we saw it just off the left-hand edge. I'm not saying anything. I am not saying anything until we've seen it work 10 times. Okay? So we're going to count. From the top. That's fine. That first flash I don't care about. That's it basically going, oh, this is what the web page looked before I refreshed it. Okay, that's one. That's one. That's two. Timings need tightening, but we're getting there. Maybe we don't need the reset. That's three. Run out of flippers. That's 4. That's 5. Come on. Come on. This is the weirdest streaming content ever. Someone counting as they watch things go by. That's 6. But this is an achievement. That's 7. That's 8. That's 9. One more. One more. Come on. That's 10. Yes! Go on! Just to make sure. Just to be sure, we're adding very long text here into the mix. It's not coming on that's the issue, it's going off. That looked fine. Oh my god! It worked! It worked! Okay. So now what we're going to do is up the slide time to 30 seconds. I'm going to see what happens if we get rid of reset slide. And change this to show slide. Does it break? Oh wait, it does because... well, no, actually... You know what? It might not. We'll keep that in. Because if we don't need an in-between state, then I will remove it for the sake of having less knobs to twiddle. I just realised we've set it to 30 seconds. Let's set it back to 10 a sec whilst we test. Oh, it's our favourite. Very long text here. That felt like it disappeared before it went off screen. So I'm wondering if... That might just be the speed that it's going at, though. I'm going to switch these back to 100. Something felt weird about that. Yeah, it's just going off screen. Let's try 150. I think we need to translate X 200%. Sure. Yeah. think 200% to be safe. Reload. Let's make the animations slightly slower. That feels a little bit more natural. The only trouble we've got is this timeout here. That might be okay, actually. Well, that was juddering along. I think that's okay. So now what we need to do is just install it, right? We just need to put it in. So let's go to opening scene. I am going to go to opening and I'm going to add a new browser source. We're going to call this, got one already actually, come. It's a little low, that's fine, we can fix that. Just turn that off a second. Let's have a go back here. You're going to change the padding bottom to 15%. And reload. It's a little higher, but you know what? It'll do. Okay. So I'm going to turn off the background. How long until our next break? 20 minutes. Okay. So what I'm going to do is let's have a look how it looks in situ. Doesn't look too bad. I'm going to come out of studio mode so it's rendering less. Nothing is on fire. Very accurate. Is there a way to change the frame rate? Use custom frame rate. 30. That's better. That feels less juttery. Or maybe it's a placebo effect. I don't know. But it feels smoother. I don't know how it looks, but it feels smoother. see it directly ahead of me. Okay. It's looking okay so far. The text looks fairly smooth. I think there's a little bit of frame blending going on. Like, it does feel a bit weird when it moves, but I mean, let's have a look at the original. Give me a sec. I'm gonna put the original up, but I'm gonna put it underneath. So here's the original. So mine is on. Okay, hold on. So mine is on top. And the native OBS slideshow is on bottom. Ours is on a 10 is on 10 seconds. In fact, let me just quickly change this to 10. So is theirs smoother? Theirs feels a lot faster. What have I got the transitions set? Transition speed is 2000 milliseconds, but that's probably for both sides. So maybe if I change the transition speed slightly. So we have 1500 each side. We'll set this to 1500 as well. I'm just going to quickly rejigger the thingy. Remember, ours is going every 10 seconds. That doesn't look too bad. Yeah. It doesn't look too bad, does it? I hope not. I mean, we'll find out during the break, right? What I'm going to do, in our break scene, I'm just going to have the text carousel. I'm going to move Xing Y back to where it was. Oh, hello. It's a bit higher than I expected. Right, okay. Let's change the padding. 10%. Still a bit high, isn't it? How about 5? Oh, perfect. Maybe 10. You know what? I think 10's fine. Get rid of that then. So, to run you through what we've done. Once I've sort of cleared my throat. So we're going to set this back to 30 so that it's our normal slide time. We'll go through everything in sequence. So first of all, the HTML, fairly simple. We're loading in a style sheet, which is our CSS, which is this to the right here. We've got a div, which is basically a container, and in that container we've got a piece of text, a paragraph, and then we've loaded in the script. I'll sort of introduce the elements as they come in with the script, but defaults, we've set our font, we've set our colour, we've set our font stretch, so it gives it that nice condensed look. Font size I still need to change, but height and width are flexible. Aligning items, center, overflow hidden. So this is the bit that hides the scroll bar at the bottom. I wonder, is that actually necessary? Everything feels a bit fast now. I don't know about you, but it feels a little too fast. But again, might be placebo. Okay, overflow hidden isn't actually doing anything. Oh wait, no, I forgot to save. That's why. I just realised that the opening's in the background, which is why it's not reloading the scene. And I just set it to 30, didn't I? Oh well. I mean, it looks like overflow hidden isn't doing anything for us. It isn't changing anything. But what it does is it gets rid of that scroll. In fact, I think OBS natively gets rid of the scroll bar, if I remember correctly. Hold on. Yeah. OBS changes margins in the body. Interesting. I'm going to remove that because we are changing margins in our CSS, and we might want to do it natively. It's setting the background color, and then it's changing overflow to hidden, which is what we're doing in our code anyway. So that's fine. And then generic things for our paragraphs. So we're aligning the text to center. We've got a little bit of bottom padding just to move it up from the center of the vertical center, because we want to put a timer underneath it the majority of the time. So at the moment, it's sitting so that the line, kind of the bottom line of the text is the center of the screen, which is how I sort of wanted it. But that's something we can adjust if we need to. Opacity 80%, that gives us this little kind of see-through effect, so that we can still kind of see things behind it if we want. Margin auto, so what that does is it increases the margins either side of our paragraph box, so that it's so automatically, so that it's sort of where we want it. What you can do is you can set margin to auto and then specify a particular margin that you want to set. What I've done is I've done it through padding, just because that way we're not messing around with any of that. And then transform translate x 200%. So what this is doing is it's basically setting the default position of our text to all the way off the right-hand side of screen. That's apparently very important, because one thing that we've come across during this is one problem that we've had is defaults, and what happens when you're adding and removing a class at the same time. Which we'll get into classes in a second, but here what we're doing is we're denoting a class called hide, which is changing this animation property here, so that the text animates off screen. So we've got a hide animation. It takes 1500 milliseconds to complete. That's 1.5 seconds. Ease in, ease out. So instead of just going the same speed throughout, it ramps up and then it ramps back down again at the end. We don't actually need the ease out on this, so I'm going to just change it to ease in. And with show, I'm just going to change it to ease out. And then 0 milliseconds is denoting the delay. This is something we could do later, and might be handy, is we can have a show text. We can have show remove that default. Remove that class and then add a delay to the hide animation, so we can have both on there concurrently. I don't know how those interact. If you've got two animations and one has a delay, but I think you can add them both simultaneously, but they have to be in the same line. So that's something we might play around with later. The only problem I have with that is that it means we're going to need to put this number here, our slide time, in there somehow. We're going to need to translate that to put in there. Speaking of translation, the final thing we do on show is translate x 200, which again I'm not sure if we need. This is the thing with adding multiple things to try and fix something. You finally find the bit that fixes it, and you're not sure if it's the combination of everything or just the one thing you did last. So we'll see. Whilst we're waiting for that, though, this reset here, we're not actually using, so we can comment that out. That's what that /* means. It's like // in JavaScript. It makes it a comment. So anyone who's looking at the code can see it, but it won't get run by the program. It's always a good idea to actually write comments in your code, in case, like me, you drop a project and you come back to it a year later and you're looking at it and you're going, what on earth is everything? So probably one of the last things I will do is I will comment my code down so I can see what I've done. It's not something I do whilst I'm working on it, purely because everything is in flux, and if I was to comment something every time, you'd end up spending double the time actually working on it. Like I'm a bit of a scatterbrain, but my brain isn't that much of a sieve that I forget everything mid flow. I hope. And then these are our animations. So our hide animation here takes our text from the center of the screen, so at 0%, the start of the animation. It makes sure that it's visible, which I feel like we shouldn't need to specify, but I'm leaving it in there anyway, just in case. It then translates it minus 200%, which is two screen. It should be two screen lengths to the left. For some reason, it's not, and I'm not entirely sure why. But this works. This does the job. And then visibility hidden. So this happens in the first 99% of the animation, and then the final percent, it just hides it. And then our show animation, which takes it from all the way off right, makes it visible, and then translates it to the center. When we say translate, that just means moving. It's in mathematics, translating a shape is moving it across a grid or across a plane, or in 3D space. So you keep the shape the same, you just pick up the coordinates and move them all somewhere else by adding the same value to them. So I think... Oh, let me actually go through the JavaScript. That's the other thing. So slide time, this is how the time in seconds that each prompt is on screen. This is our list of all our prompts, including very long text here, which is our test prompt, which I think we can get rid of now. Final text, that's a variable that we use to check something later. Text element, this is a reference to the actual, if we look at the HTML, to this bit here, which we've designated with the ID on-screen text. And slide number, which we set to 0 at the start. The first thing we do is we shuffle this array, basically so it appears in a random order. The way that works is we take everything in the array. So if you take, imagine your array is a list of items, and next to each item is a number. From starting at 0, so your first one is 0, all the way down to however many things you have. We set this variable equal to the length of that array. So that's the number of items in that array. The key thing here is this count starts at 1, not 0. We then we then check to see if our current index is 0, which it's not at the start. We then make a random number. And the way we do this is we roll a random number between 0 and 1. We then multiply it by the current index. So the highest of which would be the length of the array. And then math.floor rounds it down. Now, there is a little bit of a worry with this, because if this rolls 1 on the nose, I don't think it's possible with math.random, or it's very unlikely. I hope it's between 0 and 1 exclusive, because if it's inclusive, that's a problem. But this just rolls a random number. Pseudo-random, but, it does the job for what we need. And then it takes 1 off the current index. So instead of it being the length of the array, it's now 1 less than the length of the array. At that point, it goes in, it takes, if we're doing this the first time round, it takes the item at that index, and at the random index, and swaps them. So on our first time round, our length, let's say we've got 10 items in our list, our length is 10, but the index of our last item in the array is 9, because we go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's why we take 1 off before we do this operation. We then swap what's at the current index with our random index. And then we keep going. We keep going until our current index equals 0. So until we've done our last thing. We then check to see if our final text is the same as the first thing in our array. The reason we do this is because when we get to the end of that bag, that effectively what's happening is when we go through it, we're taking these pieces of paper out of a bag, right? With these phrases on that you're seeing on the screen, and then it's printing them on the screen, and then it's pulling a new one. And then when we get to the last one in the bag, it's putting them all back in and starting pulling again. And what we don't want is we don't want the last one we pull out the bag that's then shown. We don't want the same one to be the first one again, because then it will go off screen and come straight back on. So this is just a check to make sure that the first thing that comes on screen isn't the last thing that's been on screen. If it is, we just do the whole shuffle process again. If it's not, then we change the array to array length minus 1. Now, we could, instead of shuffling the array, just swap the first and second element of the array. And that would probably actually be easier. In fact, that would guarantee things. I might do that. Yeah, we're going to do that now. So instead of shuffle array, we're going to do array 0, array 1 equals array 1 So what this is doing is it's just swapping the first two if it turns out that we've got the same at the start and end, rather than re-rolling. That's a slight optimization because it means that it does one bit of code, one line of code again if there's a problem, rather than the whole sorting algorithm. Very minor, but in the long run, who knows? You know, if this list gets, 500 piece of text long, then rather than redoing 500 lines, we're just redoing 2. Text elements, okay. So hiding the slide and showing the slide. We'll do those in order. We've shuffled the screen text. The first thing we do is show the slide. So we remove the class from this little paragraph here. If it isn't there, it just doesn't remove it. It just ignores the line, moves on. We check to see if the slide number is less than the length of our array. If it is, then we set the text to be equal to that number, right? The thing in that position. If not, if it is equal to or bigger than length, then what we do is we set it to 0, we do a shuffle, and then we start again. So this is the looping aspect. This is the, okay, if we've reached the bottom of the bag, we put everything back in, we shuffle it back up. We then add the show class, which does that animation, and we tell it to hide the slide in, this is where this variable comes in, 1000 milliseconds times this, so this many seconds. That's what that does. Is this set timeout runs a timer and it goes, okay, at in our case 30 seconds, we're going to run the hide slide function. The hide slide does pretty much the opposite, so it removes the show animation, adds the hide animation, and then it adds 1 to the slide number. That's what this plus means here. And then it does a timeout again, show slide 1500. So that's 1.5 milliseconds, 1.5 seconds, which is how long the animation takes. So as soon as the animation's finished, it starts show slide again. Because if we did it straight away, what would happen is this would start running, we'd remove the hide tag, add the show tag, and it would just show straight away. So that's our code. And it looks like it's working. So what we're going to do, let me come down from here a second. We are going to go on break. And we're going to test this and see if it works. So, I will be back in about 3 minutes' time. Also, you haven't been hearing music the whole time for some reason. I think I hit the wrong button by mistake. That's on me. But yes, I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. Take this time to do what you need to do. Get up, walk around, stretch. And, go get fluids. Go release fluids. Do what humans need to do. I'll be back shortly. If anything happens on screen, please do let me know about it if something happens that is unexpected. But I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to run some ads so that people coming into the stream, when we're actually doing something, don't get hit by them. See you in a bit.
Hello. Everything appears to be fine. Nothing appears to be on fire, which is a good thing. Great. That's always a plus. Let's do that. There we go. Right. I'm back. I have a cup of tea. Everything is fine. I hope nothing broke while I was gone. If it did, please let me know. But I think that's project successful. I think that's version 1 done. And that all seems to work, which is great. I'll be frank, I wasn't sure we were going to finish this today. And it's only 20 to 7. We've only been live a couple of hours. Let's have a look. Why is this not working? Huh. Okay. Well. That's disconcerting. So one of the things I was messing around with earlier was closed captions. One of the key things that I like things to be accessible. I like anybody to be able to interact with what we do, whether that's on stream or in games or anything like that. The trouble is that both major closed caption softwares, I tried them before we went live. Neither of them worked. So I think for the next little bit, we're going to do a bit of an experiment to see if this works. And I'm going to quickly see if this is working now. So this should be using my microphone and picking something up. And it's not showing anything in the recognized text field when I do this. Okay. Why isn't this working? Reload. Yeah. It's not hearing my voice at all. It's not transcribing it. I know that it's coming through. I know that it's because hopefully you're hearing me on stream. I hope you're hearing me on stream. You've got me paranoid now.
No, okay, we're good. We're good. It's still very long text here. Is still there. Of course it is. Actually, I think we'll leave that there. But a bit of a meme, sure. Okay. Let's try a different one. Let's see if it takes the stream input. Reload. Start listening. It still doesn't look like it's pushing anything through, does it? Is it just having trouble understanding my voice? It doesn't look like it's doing anything. That's the trouble. Like nothing's coming up on recognized text. I'm going to try a browser source. And we'll see if this works. Call it subs, sure. Oh yeah, does help if I set the URL, doesn't it? How's this? Still doesn't seem to be pushing anything through. That is a problem. Okay. Is it because the signal isn't strong enough? Because the thing is, on my end, my mic is showing as hitting the bottom of the yellow, occasionally peaking at the top of the yellow. So we're talking somewhere between -20 and -10 dB, which is the comfortable range, right? The whole idea is you want to be just edging into that yellow area. But for some reason, the closed captions aren't picking me up at all. Maybe it's because I need to talk like Microsoft Brian, like this. No. Great. It's not quite there yet, is it? The other thing is Twitch have their own captioning thing. Let's deactivate that for now. OBS captions plugin. Oh, it's a full-on plugin. Does not work with slobs. Okay, that's native. Okay, interesting. I might need to reboot to do this, but that's something we can look at. But yeah, no, I was messing around with it earlier. I don't know. I just realised the stupidity of the thing. You ever say something, go to say it, and then realise how stupid it would sound? Like, oh, does anybody, you know, watch these videos or watch me with sound off? Well, of course, they're not going to bloody hear that, are they? Because there are some times where I'll have something on in the background, either really low or with the sound off. And sometimes it's nice to be able to see what's being said. I have found a plugin for OBS which uses Google Cloud speech recognition API. And works with VODs. And it works with Twitch's native closed captions. So that might be something to look into. So this will be Twitch's native thing within the player. And it's a plugin for OBS, which means it's not relying on Google. It's not relying on Google Chrome to pick up my mic. That's something we might mess around with later. Now, as for right now, I think we're going to kind of move from... We're going to take a break from coding for a little bit. And have a little chat, I think. I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to talk about what's coming up in the year ahead, because for me, this year is going to be an interesting one. I have been somewhat housebound for the last 4 or 5 years, due to, you know, the global situation, and also because my legs just decided to give out. I can say equivocally, by the way, penguins do have knees. I know for a fact, because they bloomin' give out on me like 3 times a day. But yeah, 2025. I don't do New Year's resolutions. I think it's a bad mindset to get into. Usually because you set yourself some sort of ephemeral goal that either isn't achievable, or you turn around and it's like, oh, well, I've got the whole year to do this, you know? I won't start now. You know, and then February comes around. It's like, ah, well, you know. And then by the time it hits March, you're like, well, I didn't start, so I may as well not finish. So the way I like to do things is I like to give myself a theme? Not so much a plan, but the idea is I want to do more of X, or I want to do more of Y. What can I do to help that? And my goals for this year, one was streaming, which we've sort of ticked that off already. This year's a big year for me because it marks 10 years since since this became a thing, right? Since we started all over again. And those of you that know me know exactly what I mean by that. Those of you that don't, that's possibly something that I may go into more detail on another day. But yes, October 13th this year will be 10 years to the day. Which means I've had a decade of building everything up from scratch. And I'd like to think, you know, I've done rather well in consideration of everything that's happened. Given that, you know, 4 of those years were dealing with a global situation and being locked up indoors. But the thing is, this year I want to get back out there a bit more. I want to broadcast a bit more because it's a passion that I had that sort of got left by the wayside for one reason or another. So that's what we're doing. That's what... I know it seems a little bit weird, me streaming me getting ready to broadcast and therefore broadcasting. But it's a nice way to ease myself into it. It's a way of doing something with a clear goal in mind and a clear idea of what we're going to be doing that day. And it gives me something to talk about, which is the main thing, right? The main thing is half the time working out what to talk about is half the problem, half the battle. Back when I was doing radio, it was very easy because you'd talk about the music, you'd talk about you'd have basically a plan of what you'd be doing during that 1 hour slot, 2 hour slot every week. You know, you'd have guests coming in, you'd have in some cases call-ins, you'd have competitions, you'd have features, you'd have, you know, things you do every week. And I mean, is Twitch streaming that different? Is Twitch streaming that different from running a radio show? Yes and no. I feel like you can go into Twitch streaming with little to no plan. You can just be like, I'm gonna play this game, and that's fine. But also, you can sit there and you can go, okay, let's do this thing, and sort of work it out like a radio show where you have those features. To take a prime example, those of you who are aware of pirate software on Twitch, Pirate Software has a recurring thing called the Cursed Quest. That, in essence, is the same as a feature that you would have on a radio show, right? It is a recurring thing that happens every day, and is it's not scripted, but there is a definite thing that is going to happen. And that's just one example. There's tons of others. People do turn up for those specific little things that happen every now and then within streaming. But you can just sit there and go, you know what? I'm just gonna turn on Balatro and play, and we'll see what happens. It's an interesting beast. It really is. And it's not... I'm still getting to grips with where I am and what I want to do with it. Because my start on Twitch was big events. It was effectively event television because nobody was doing it at the time. Twitch Rivals wasn't a thing when I started out. And we did a massive poker tournament in Tabletop Simulator with a community that I had. And what we did, we filmed it all, and then I painstakingly took about 6 to 8 months doing the graphics for it, and then we broadcast it live. I do want to do more of that. I do want to do more event stuff, but it's less of a massive thing than it used to be, right? Because lots more people are doing it, you know. Connor did their charity auction and does it every year. You've got Twitch Rivals, which, I mean, I've heard are in a little bit of a spot of bother right now, but still, it's still event viewing, right? And you've got the odd tournaments happening here and there, and you've got look at Ash. Ash has big events that they do every so often, Quizmas being one. Time Shock 500 questions. So my plan for 2025 is to sort of find my feet for streaming, work out what my rhythm is, what I want to do, and hopefully find something that, you know, I can do on a fairly regular basis. And if that ends up being dev stream stuff, that ends up being dev stream stuff. If it ends up being gaming commentary, it ends up being gaming commentary. If it ends up being reviews, it ends up being reviews. Like, I'm not averse to trying different things out. So this whole thing here is a constantly evolving situation. The other thing is, because I've been housebound, I haven't been able to go out and meet friends much over the last few years. That's something I want to do with this year. I want to go out more. I want to meet people more. Even if it's just going round to their house for a cup of tea. Speaking of which, hold on. I want to, you know, get out and about, because the thing is, I got worried for a second because I saw very long text here on the screen. It had been there a while. When you can't leave your situation, when you are stuck somewhere, it does feel like sometimes you're a bit of a burden asking people to come over to meet you. Especially when the amount of effort you can put into, you know, being a good host is very limited. And I know this, like, a lot of my friends would be okay with the fact that the place is not exactly, you know, spick and span, but there is still that feeling of there's a lot of give from them to come over and be here, and not much give from me in return. So this year I'm going to go out more. We'll meet up with friends in, you know, various places. Already sort of started that off with Quiz Night Live in December, but it's something I want to continue doing. And the stretch goal for this year is to go out to another event, which brings me on to my second, well, I guess third major thing, third major plan for 2025. And I don't know what everybody else's plans are. I know a friend of mine has just started their new radio show, which big credit to them. It's not easy. It's not easy getting back into that kind of thing after being away for so long. But they've been doing a good job of it so far. And the one thing that I want to get back into is roleplay. I've done a bit of it over the last few years. All been server based, but the trouble with that is that there is, and this is not a slight at any particular server or any particular person necessarily, but the whole kind of structure of server-based roleplay is that the server is online 24/7. Therefore, things can happen 24/7. Therefore, the city moves on without you. This is the same with GTA, this is the same with Red Dead. So it's very difficult to take breaks. It's very difficult to step away. And when you are someone like myself, who has difficulty saying no, or, you know, finds a problem and wants to fix it, it burns you out after a while, right? You end up in this situation where you feel obligated to do things. You feel obligated to come onto the server to be X character and to do X thing. You know, you feel obligated to be a lawyer because there's not enough lawyers, or because there's a big case coming up that you're expected to be there for. Or you feel obligated to be a realtor because nobody else is selling houses, and if nobody's on to sell houses, then nobody can buy houses, you know? And that became a problem, was that all too often I ended up being obligated to do things. And for something that's a hobby, for something that, you know, you do for fun, an obligation, especially one as big as that, it's I can't, right? That's how you burn out. And I sure as heck burnt out. There were times where I was losing sleep over things that were happening in character. Because there was unreasonable out of character pressure, in my opinion, to do these things and do them right. And some of that comes down to the mentality of the players that I was involved with, and some of that comes down to it being a server that is live 24/7 and constantly moving. So this year, yes, I want to get back into roleplay. No, I'm not getting back into server roleplay. If I do anything on a server, it is going to be very limited. It will be like a one-off thing and one and done. I have proposed the idea to certain people of being a directed player character, basically seeding or screaming, as we call in the LARP circle. So the idea being that this is a character that you send out to put the idea of a plot thread into the universe. It's something we did quite a bit on Day Z, or sorry, Day Z, I should say, because come on, we're British here, we pronounce things properly. But the thing is that when you do those server plots, those server-wide things, it's very difficult to get people involved without it seeming forced, right? And sometimes what will happen is a certain group will pick up on it. The idea of a screamer is basically to come in, make as much noise as possible about the thing that's happening so that people look into it, or at least have the inclination to look into it. They can choose to completely ignore it, that's on them, and if they choose to do that, that's their prerogative. But usually, best example I can give was when we did, so back when I did LARP. I say back when I did, like I'm not planning to do it again, but I am. One of the things we would do is, as crew, we would have quest encounters. These were things that people would do where they go out of the field, the main field, and into a different area that we've set up for an encounter, right? That is separate from the normal kind of player-driven interaction. This is PvE almost, but not necessarily versus either. Some of these interactions were social interactions, some of them were combat encounters, but the idea was that you'd have the world affecting the players, and the players putting their effect back on the world. And sometimes you would see the after effects of that. Sometimes that would result in other encounters. Sometimes you would solve inter-player conflict with a world encounter. And the way that we would get people involved in these, or specific groups involved in them, is we'd send out what's called a screamer. Especially for combat encounters. Odyssey would be a perfect example of this. So Odyssey was a classical era LARP that I used to crew for. And they had quests that the different factions would go on every so often. And in order to kind of prompt people to go on these quests, we'd send out someone, usually covered in blood or battered or bruised, or makeup, obviously, saying, "Oh, this thing is happening, blah," and then usually you'd die in their arms, you know, as a, like, this is your motivation, these are your people, and they are being something is happening to them, you need to fix it. There were occasions where we had people just not interact with it whatsoever, and it's like, okay, great, everybody got kitted up for this encounter for nothing. But that happens. That's part and parcel of roleplay. Is sometimes people don't want to touch the plot stick because there's other bigger stuff going on. It's a little bit of a pain for the crew, but at the end of the day, the players have sort of paid to be there. So what they want to do is what they want to do. So yeah, something like that in roleplay, I feel would be very effective at seeding some sort of world plot. And that's something we tried to do in DayZ. The idea that... so I used to be lore master, librarian, archivist, whatever the role was called for a DayZ roleplay server a while ago. So DayZ roleplay server a while ago. God, long while ago now. It's actually where I met a lot of the people in Purple RP, the GTA server. So it's where I met Katie, and it's where I met a lot of other very good role players. But effectively, what we would do is I would turn around and go, okay, I need to make this character to put this plot into the world. I'm trying to remember a specific occurrence now, but effectively, I think there was something to do. We didn't do a cure plot because the problem with a cure plot is that just ends everything. Because if there's a cure, then how, like, the problem with putting a cure plot into a zombie apocalypse is, okay, great, that's the end goal. Like, as soon as people have got that cure and it's being mass produced, the game's dead, the server's over, right? Unless you run it with sort of a limited supply, or the resources are very hard to get hold of. I know that there are servers that have done kind of if you were to do a limited time run of a server over the course of a year, that might be a way to fix it. But we were... a lot of what I was involved with was trying to get people intrigued in the world plot. Trying to get people intrigued in investigating why this happened. Investigating what was going on. There were a lot of interconnected stories in the back end that never really got out there because it never really got going. But one of the things we did was we had a couple of people go out and be effectively escaped test patients to give the idea that there was something going on scientifically. Not necessarily a cure, not necessarily, the reason why this whole thing started. We sort of left that open to interpretation to begin with. But the idea was to give that level of intrigue that people might start looking into it. And we were, at least I was, sort of open to people coming to me and saying, hey, I want to make this character. It's a bit worldy, it makes some assumptions about the world. Does this work? Because the thing is, I want people to be able to play the characters they want to play, and the idea that we can then incorporate that into something bigger, even though they may not be the biggest thing in the room, was of interest to me, right? Making those relations and that world plot and some personal plot as well, to be able to back up people's backstories that they made and things like that. It was something I enjoyed doing. What I'm essentially saying is, I would love to see that happen more often. I know that I've seen, events happen. The trouble with events is, after they happen, how do you treat them, right? Do you just ignore that everything happened and just go back to normal life? Do you do the sitcom thing, or do you do the drama thing? Because sitcoms reset, dramas don't, as a general rule, right? But when you do an event that actually affects the world space, so for instance, again, I'm going to use Twitch RP as an example, the governor plot, where people were having doppelgangers, was huge. That couldn't have happened with a bunch of people being on board with the same idea and a bunch of people seeding this idea and putting it into the consciousness of everybody else. And it's not like it just happened and went away. It caused a knock-on effect. And that's the kind of thing I want to see, is I want to see... It gets very dangerous at a point. Because on one hand, you want your players to feel like they can enact some sort of change in the world, right? That they can enact some sort of thing to happen. Whether that's on a micro scale or on a grand scale. But the thing is, if the world is stagnant, that cuts a lot of those lines off, right? If this must always be this way because that's the way it is, that cuts off a lot of lines of roleplay. Like, there's no point having a race for governor if that governor then has no power to do anything, to enact change in universe, right? Especially if, not being able to enact change, how their character would see fit. Which sometimes is a big problem with
with servers is they will give people power and then not actually give them the power, right? They will go, yeah, you can be, you know, chief or whatever, but actually, you know, we're going to control it and you're just going to be the face of it. Which ends up being, we're going to do something and you're going to take the flak for it. But that person has had no agency, that person has had no control over that thing, and then they face a bunch of backlash for what's happened. And that just, like, you had someone who was dedicated and devoted, and by doing that, you've effectively turned around and hung them out to dry. You know, they're not going to have a good experience, and, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they upped and left roleplay forever, right? Because they've been put into a situation where they have received flack for something that was out of their control, ultimately. And there's nothing they can do about it. So anyway, back on topic. I realise we've diverted quite a bit. But yes, server roleplay is bottom of my list. The thing about tabletop and about LARP is it's enclosed. It's a closed system, right? You are there for a scheduled amount of time, and you are committed for that scheduled amount of time. It's not like stuff can happen outside of the event that you have control over. Yes, most LARPs have downtime events and things like that. I prefer ones that don't, because I prefer ones that don't have mandatory downtime, I should say. Or ones where downtime is tied so inherently to progression that it feels mandatory, otherwise you feel like you're getting left behind. But with tabletop, it's like, okay, we're sitting down at this time every week, we're doing this thing. And outside of that, there's no obligation to be involved in that universe or do anything with it. Same with LARP, to an extent. Again, there is quite a bit of how do I put it? There's quite a bit of, especially if you're in a position of you're playing a character in a position of power, there can be quite a lot of homework that you have to do. Sometimes it's herding cats, sometimes it's making sure that certain people are arriving at the event, sometimes it's you know, having a plan of what's happening, sometimes it's moving resources about or whatever if you're into that kind of thing. But in terms of what I want to do this year, I would like to get into more LARP and tabletop stuff, right? I would like to get back to the point I was at before everything happened. It's the best way to put it. So we'll see what happens. Again, this is not necessarily a goal, it's more of a theme for the year. If something comes along, I'm more likely to say yes. I'm more likely to put effort into it. And that is sort of what my plans for the year are about, is saying yes to more things, or at least
trying to put myself in a position where I can do more things, or am able to do more things. The plan for 2025, streaming wise, I know I've got a big kind of affiliate anniversary coming up in February, I want to say. I'm now double checking frantically. Affiliate. No, not the agreement. Where is it? It might be on a channel schedule. Stream events. So we will be celebrating 7 years of affiliate at the end of Feb, early March. Maybe we do something for that. Maybe we do a charity stream. Maybe we do... I don't like subathons, personally. Purely because, especially uncapped ones, it's like... It's not good for your health, frankly. Right? Because either you're live for a long amount of time, or... there's also the possibility that you do it and it just doesn't go anywhere. So you have to have a little bit of faith that things are... That at least some people are going to sub to move that timer up. Those kinds of things require a bit of prep. But maybe we do something for end of April, early March. Maybe we do something big in October for my 10th Flailanniversary. These are all ideas I'm mulling in my head. The other thing that I want to do at some point is I want to do a show, right? I've had this idea in my head for a show for a while, and my brain finally put the pieces together. In the shower the other day. It is going to be part quiz show, part talk show. And the idea is that we probably need like 3 or 4 guests to make it work. There is going to be a competition aspect to it. There is going to be hopefully audience involvement in it. But that is something that is very much in the pipeline. I will need to develop something that works for it, and also find people who are willing to talk at length. I know of a few. I know of a few people who can talk at length on a particular topic. We're not doing just a minute, don't worry. That would be hellish, frankly. I mean, it would be amazing, but let's do something a little less, something where I have to be a little less fully attentive. And is a little bit more collaborative to start with. But yes, plan is to do something that is part talk show, part quiz. The quiz element is going to not just involve the audience, but also the panelists. And the talky element is going to be, you know, standard talk show fare. But, you know, around a particular topic. It also means I have to do a bit of research as well. But that's something we could look into this year. But enough about my plans. I've been online for 3 hours and there wasn't a notification. It definitely sent a notification because, or at least it should have done. But yes, welcome Pokenuts. I've been online for a while. It's safe to say. Also, button. Button? Button. Button? Which button? Which button? You got me worried. Which button? Have I forgotten to turn the music down again? Oh! I think I know what's happening. Hang on. It hasn't sent a notification through, but I'm assuming you've subscribed. Welcome to the avid flailers, Pokenuts. Hopefully that alert should come through eventually. I hope. Fingers crossed. But yeah. To recap on what we managed to do, Poker, you see this thing behind me here? This little scrolling thing. That is now working in HTML and JavaScript. I got it working. It's not perfect, but it certainly does the job. I still haven't worked out how to get it to read from a text file. That is something that I want to do, purely because if I want to edit this midstream, then it needs to be in a text file. I don't want something just messing with my JavaScript, right? And I think the other thing is that, how do I put it? If I were to make this something that was available to people as just a little widget, a little folder, then it's going to be a lot easier if it's just a text file rather than expecting people to go digging into JavaScript and changing things around. So that's version 2. That's what's coming in version 2, hopefully. But version 1 is working. The other thing I want to do is, you'll see there's a point redemption called Xing Y in the channel. The plan is for that to automatically feed into that little scroll up there. So rather than me having to go in and edit it, all I'd have to do is approve it on Twitch's end, and then I think it's probably going to be a StreamerBot thing. But StreamerBot can't, well, it can change JavaScript. It's dangerous if it does. I'd much rather it just add something to the bottom of a text file. So I think that's the next step. But that's the step that I was having a lot of issues with before, when it was with the leaderboard and things like that. but you have just caught me as I'm about to go on break, and I don't know why the alert didn't come through for you, Poker. But welcome to the Avid Flailers. Welcome back, I should say. Flails in chat. But the thing is, my mug of tea is now empty. So I am going to take a quick 3-minute break. And I will be back shortly. In the meantime, I will be running ads. This is just to stop that was supposed to post a message and it hasn't. Why is it not posted that? Yeah? Okay. Twitch. Your buttons aren't working. Have I got this connected to the right Twitch account? Have I been running ads on the other Twitch account? Yes. It's connected to the right one. Great. So why isn't it connecting to chat? There we go. We're going to take a short break whilst I refill my cup of tea. So I will be back shortly. In the meantime, stretch, go do human things, refill your cups, do what you need to do. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hello. Hope you had a good break. I have acquired more tea. It is currently steeping. Got the fancy stuff on the go at the moment. But yeah, we've been talking about plans for 2025. Also, earlier in the stream, we finished developing that little break screen you saw there. Oh, I'm a little off kilter. Hold on. That's better. But yeah, we've been talking about what's coming up in 2025, what our plans are, and I think we'd gone through kind of plans for streaming, gone through plans for roleplay, tabletop, that kind of thing. I mentioned I wanted to do a show of some description later in the year. Because that's sort of where my roots are. That's sort of where I started with this thing, was with Tip of the Iceberg 7 years ago now. In fact, it's almost 7 years to the day that I started broadcasting it. In fact, hold on, I can check. Very much check. Past broadcasts. So the grand final was a while ago. The heats for Tip of the Iceberg. So the first heat was broadcast, well, it was highlighted on the 6th of February. I wonder, what's that site called? Twitch Tracker. I wonder if I can get the actual date from here. Let's have a look. Yes, I am. Well, the thing is asking me if I'm human, and I have bad news for it. Okay, Twitch Tracker doesn't go back that far. Interesting. That's very odd. Huh. I mustn't have been big enough for them to notice. But it was around late Jan, early Feb that we started doing Tip of the Iceberg all those years ago, which was my first event on Twitch, first actual stream on Twitch. So yeah, I see this track has been composed with Michael Bay in mind. Yeah. Yes, so we were talking about things to come. Pinnacle Larder Pub Quiz. Probably... It's not retired indefinitely. Maybe I cart it out again in future, but it's not going to be something I'm doing as a priority. And the reason for that is that it was a long wait. It was like a full week to get the quiz up and running, and get it in a state where, you know, I was happy with it. And then the broadcast day, and then I'd had to start the whole process again the week after. I don't have that kind of time anymore, and I'm not sure if I have the energy to do that anymore. But it might happen in future as a one-off. You know, maybe it's something we do for Christmas, or for the birthday stream, or for the well, probably not for the streamiversary, just because that is so soon, and I don't foresee me having the time or energy to do it within the next month. But maybe it's something we can look forward to towards the end of the year. Maybe it's something that we, you know, we do at the end of the year, like Big Fat Quiz. Maybe that's how we do it. I don't know. But it's shelved. It's firmly on the shelf. Will it get taken down again? Yes, if I can be bothered to find the stepladder. Because it's on a very high shelf, and I am only very short. Like, genuinely, back here, I'm standing on a stool right now, so that I can be seen. But yeah, pub quiz might come back for the odd one-off, but nowhere near the frequency that it was previously. The other thing I want to do, I don't really want to do like, I don't want to do poker on stream as a regular thing. That is going to be something that, again, special events, and there's already people who are in, like, people had fun with it a couple of Saturdays ago. So I think it's definitely something we're going to be doing again in future, whether that's with DFIU, whether that's with the community, whether that's you know, we do an invitational for a special occasion, whether it's, you know, something we do as because the original idea I had was to do that in Twixtmas, so between Christmas and New Year, that weird period where it's like, well, I'm not at work and I don't know what day it is, so maybe that's something we could do in the future as well. But in terms of plans going forward, I definitely want to do more of this. So more streams where I build the stream as we go, right? That's what we've spent the last 3 or 4 doing, is sort of testing and building things. I think it's good to have those, purely from a, like, first of all, you know, it's good to hang out while we do it. Second of all, from a stress testing perspective, streaming whilst I'm building the stream shows me elements that are and aren't working straight away, instant feedback. And also, some of the things that have fallen out of favour recently are, you know, like, you used to always get behind the scenes videos and director's commentary and things like that on DVDs. You don't get that with digital media anymore. You don't get that with films anymore, right? Because it's all on Netflix and
You know, it's not. If they do it, it's as a completely separate show and a completely separate undertaking. And I know for a fact that that sort of behind the scenes stuff, it interested me as a kid, because it just shows how much effort and how much work went into what they did. But also sometimes it can show the simplicity of it all. For instance, I know that one of the channels that I watch quite prolifically, Loading Ready Run, Graham was inspired by the short making of video that they did for Myst. Was it Myst? So I think those kinds of things where things are allowed to be a little bit looser, where you peel back the curtain and show what's going on, you know, those are I imagine it would be as well, but also there's merits to both, right? Here's some code that does a thing. I like to think of that as I'm learning, and maybe people in the audience are learning along with me. Maybe they're chipping in and actually helping and giving me an idea of where to look. Maybe there's a lot of ways that can go, right? When it comes to gaming, I'm very much against kind of backseating. But when it comes to stuff like code and things like that, suggestions are welcome. Or have you looked at X? Or have you considered Y? Especially when I'm in this very early stage. Because, like, I'm learning. And the only way to learn is by doing, in my opinion. Especially with something like this. Like, I could go out of my way and find, go to some of the various sites out there, like own.tv and Streamlabs and things like that, and just wholesale go, give me I'm just going to quickly there we go, that's better. And just wholesale take something. But then that doesn't help me in the long run, right? What if they decide, do you know what? We're going to start charging a premium for it later down the line. Or, suddenly that resource isn't available anymore. So, I'm taking the time to learn things and hopefully grow. And it also means that I've got something that I can look back on as reference as to how I did that thing and why I did that thing ages ago. And B, it's something I can potentially point other people to later down the line. That's like by no means the biggest reason I'm doing it. But, there's all kinds of little ways in which this can be useful in future. At least in my opinion. I may be wrong. And I'm welcome to be proven wrong. This might end up just laying flat and just being another VOD that never gets watched on Twitch. But it's a nice to have. And it's not really taking any more time out of my day. You know, I'm setting the time aside to do this, to learn to do it, so that I can do it better in future. Mistakes are going to happen. Mistakes I no doubt will repeat. And when I repeat them, I can turn around and go, how did I fix this before? Oh wait, I can go back to this project. And hopefully, after the second time of making the mistake, I will learn. I'm going to step away from coding and chatting for a little bit. Unless anybody else has anything they want to kind of throw out there. As I said, we've been discussing plans for the year. You're welcome to continue kind of throwing things out there that you're planning on doing this year. Even if it's not necessarily a plan, just a just a thing you want to do this year, you know? The real problem becomes when you have too many projects to know which solution you put where. Yes, I have, thank you. I guess that is potentially a problem going forward. But we're at the early stages where if I need to start cataloging stuff, I can. And yes, whilst I do have a bit of a memory like a sieve sometimes, I don't really like. It will usually come to me. It's like, oh yeah, this, and this. Usually, I can join the dots together. At least if I know I've done it before, I can go back over my previous projects fairly quickly and work out what it is, because they tend to be very closed solutions, right? If I want to work out how to make text scroll on and off screen, I know where to look now. If I want to know how to make a timer, I know where to look. If I want to know how to dynamically change text, I've got two places I can look now. I guess the other thing is, because all of these projects are projects that I'm using on a regular basis, then that lack of you don't get to the point where there's a lack of familiarity with it, right? Because that's always going to be on screen at the top of every stream. The blinds timer, I know it's a blinds timer. The leaderboard, I know it's a leaderboard. And no doubt those kind of things will come up in other situations. But no, I get what you mean. But also, I think I'm at this early stage is the best time for me to put something in place where I don't forget that. I have a way of working that out as I go along. I think I'm gonna try. Yeah. Let's do a run of Balatro. Why not? Sure. Because I think we're at a good place for today. We've got version 1 of that done. We've had a chat.
Not often I get scared by Steam. Oh. Just very quickly. Oh, there's an easy way to do that. There we go. And let's get rid of the music as well, because this game already has awesome music itself. Oh, my tea should be steeped by now. Hold on. Meh. Okay, tea's ready. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pop over there and I'll see you up there. Oh no, another Balatro enjoy it. Ash, you can talk. I know what you've been doing on your tram rides. Oh, there's the mug. There we go. How have you been anyway, Ash? I'm going to move this over here. Fantastic. Good to hear. I know on stream on Friday you were talking about kind of what your plans are for streaming for 2025, at least going forward. Got any kind of big plans outside of that? I know you've got visitors either today or yesterday, I can't remember which. Wait, no, hold on. I need to be looking there. Haha. Fantastic, yeah, good to hear. I think, was it Oni who came for a visit? Many drinks. Well, yeah, no surprise, it's Oni. if you were expecting not to have consumed the entirety of one brewery's output in a day, then maybe you shouldn't have invited Oni. It's what I will say. I'm not saying Oni's an alcoholic, but he does like a can or two. And of course there's the ongoing meme of the beer fridge. He invited himself to the city. Was the city ready? So what we're going to be doing is starting with the gold deck. Barely ready. I am going to turn the audio up slightly in my ears. Is it sounding okay on stream? I don't know. Fantastic. But yeah, let's see how we go with this. I basically started a new profile and a new account when I started streaming. Just because I hadn't played it in a while, and I like to rediscover things as I go. A free uncommon joker. Very early on, that might be a good shout. Doubles your money. Okay. Can we beat the club with no jokers? Because double your money, I know it's early. I mean, how much would we get from that? We'd get 4 plus the maximum we'd get from that is 7. So I think we've got to. There we go. Okay. Right. Come on. Yeah, I found that out the other day thanks to Espion. Solar Espion. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is... So, I've been going more down the full house route. Usually I don't stick to one thing until I've got... I let the jokers decide, basically, what I'm going to do. Rather than going in with a plan. And that might not be the best idea. But it certainly makes for an interesting run. And straight off the rip, we've got a straight. Yeah, let's go for it. Sure. And we're almost halfway there. Do we go for spades here? I think we go for spades here. Yeah. Try and get spades. Well. I guess we're playing straights. And I think that's a flush there. Yeah. I mean, we've done it with one hand to spare. It's not comfortable, but it's a win. Okay. Sell this card to create a free double tag. And it's free. Great. For each card sold. Interesting. I'm not sure I like that. I don't think that works. That gels with us. I'm gonna go for the buffoon pack and see what's in there. Free reroll, plus 10 mult if it contains 2 pair. I think this is giving us direction at least. So let's go for that. 4 of a kind, flush or straight flush. I mean, we've got the 2 pair. I wonder if 4 of a kind counts as 2 pair. Because, and I don't want an answer to this, by the way. I want to find out in play. One of the things I like to do with this game is experiment and see how I can break things in the worst way possible. But yeah, 4 of a kind. I mean, flushes are fairly easy to pick up. I might go the 4 of a kind route later. I think that's all we're going to do for now. Right, we can re-roll the boss one. Heart cards are debuffed. Negative Joker. I think we're going to play this and then skip this. $7.75. Let's try and go for 2 pair. I'm also going to sell this so we can get 2 negative jokers for free. I think that's the play. Let's throw these. 2 pair. 8877, and we'll throw the king. Plus 10 on the multiplier. 600. Okay. Aces and 4s. I'll play the king anyway. Another 600. Well, you can't say we're not consistent. Okay. Converts up to 3 selected cards to hearts. That would be a bad idea. Spades gives +3 malt. Celestial pack. It really wants us to go with that 4 of a kind. I'm going to go for the full house because that plays into our 2 pair. And let's start bulking out some numbers, some digits. I don't know what I'm doing here. I think let's take the 5. Gives us options. I'm not going to take the spades. No. We get 2 negative jokers if we beat the head. Which, by the way, I imagine this as the statue from Art Attack. I imagine we're playing against the statue from Art Attack. I mean, a straight is not going to do much for us here. But it's a hand. And it gets us closer to 2 pair. It's 200. Aces and 10s. With a deuce kicker. Oh, it's going to be tight. Oh, really? What do you mean, which statue? The head. Let me find a picture. Hold on. Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Rude message hidden in the headset. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. I've got to show you this. Bear with me. made up. Really? Okay. Let's put this on stream. What do you mean, which statue? They were all basically the same. Okay. That may have been a bit big. How big is the image? Oh no, that opens up the YouTube video. 480 by 360. Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter which one, right? But this is the head. I'm just gonna put him over here. Oh, and if you look really closely, apparently, there is something spelled in their hair. According to Cosmopolitan magazine. Is it Cosmo? Just gonna pop that there. There we go. We have the head. Maybe you might want to see the. We'll put it over the blind. There we go. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I know that it's moddable. Did they? Oh my god. Sorry, according to Glamour UK, there is and HuffPo. There is an X-rated message. I wouldn't say it's X-rated. Why is nobody talking about Usher putting the Art Attack head on his album cover? Art Attack is getting a reboot with Ramesh Ranganathan. What? Hold the phone. July 29th of July 2024. Ramesh Ranganathan. To host Art Attack? Apparently an interview with The Sun. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so there's a message hidden in the hair. I'm not going to say much more than that, but there's a message. I was about to say, can you tell what it is yet? And then I realized, A, that's the wrong person. And B, that person is... No. No. It's a big no. Trust me. SB, you don't want to know. Long story short, I was about to say the catchphrase of somebody who, let's just say, did something very bad. We didn't know at the time. And they were sort of a well-loved TV presenter. And then it came out that, well, yeah. Yep, theme for this game, nope. I will send you a link, SB. Just so I don't have to explain who on earth this person is. In chat, because I don't even want to say their name. But when your controversy is in your first paragraph, or even in the summary, it's a bad sign. Sorry, not controversy. Like, it's not. Is controversy the right word when it's clear and clear as day that it's wrong? Yeah. I can't say that phrase anymore because it's associated with that person. At least, like, not without. Yeah. There's surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, depending on your take on it, more than I can count on one hand of people who, you know, they were all well and good at the time, and now, you know, it's come out after they've been and gone that they were horrendous, right? Now, admittedly, the amount I can count on one hand is one, but it's definitely more than that. So anyway, back to Balatro, everybody. Do we go for the straight here? We've got 2 hands left. A straight nets us 120 plus a bit. I don't think the straight's worth it. I think we should be going for the... God damn it, SB! I mean, I never go for straights, but that's a personal choice of mine. Oh, we got the stuff. I'm going to convert 3 cards to diamonds. Oh, look, we have 3 cards that aren't diamonds in our hand. So the hand has to contain a 2-pair, but it can still be a flush. Right? Right, game? Right, game? There's a 2-pair in there. Yes! The system works! Yes! I mean, this is now a ×5 mult. Okay. Oh, yeah, hold on. I need to get... Wait, no, not the mug. I need to get rid of the head. I'm just going to rename that browser source to pictures, so I can keep doing what I'm doing. An extra discard would be handy, I think. Now, do we re-roll to get the Joker? Or do we just go to the next shop, right? Also, I don't want to go... Hand on heart, not making this up, there exists a Balatro mod where all the mod does is replace every instance of the word straight in game with the word gay. Does that mean on your run info you have like level 14 gay? Because the idea that there are levels... Oh, and also gay flush. How can a penguin flip cards? Very easily. You just put it on the edge of the table and go, yeah. Or, better yet, put them all on the table, face down. And then flip that heckin' table. Now the cards are flipped over. I realise that's a very Taskmaster method of thinking there. But all the cards are flipped. Just so is the table. Please do not flip my poker table. Chips fly everywhere. It's horrendous. We got more 5s. I think we go for that, and we'll. Yeah, we'll do both of these. Sure. Oh. Now, part of me is like, we should go for the Wheel of Fortune, right? That's the play. That's what everybody does. Or we could just go for Emperor and just double our chances. Oh. Well. Oh, and we can't get the strength card anymore. Let's just double check what our next blind is. Discards 2 random cards per hand played. Oh, and what's adds 1 voucher to the next shop. We're probably going to play that, so we're going to go to the shop. And then, I think skip the big blind, maybe? Yeah, let's carry on. Got a pair of 8s. Let's get... What does the star do? Converts them to diamonds. 2 malt cards. Right. Let's... I'm going to keep the 5, because we've got a few 5s. We've got a few 2s as well. There we go. We got a full house. We got a boat. What I'm probably going to do is use the Empress on the 2/8. And we'll run this with a boat. There should be enough, right? Like, this is ridiculous. Times 5 mol. Okay. Oh. Okay. Apparently tea went down the wrong way. I'm going to be back in a second. Okay, I think that's cleared the worst of it. Negative blueprint. Well. Okay, then. I guess that's fine. So we're multiplying this by 25 now. Okay. Look. I definitely luck sacked into that. Like, what? It's okay, we're just casually getting times 25 mult. I think this is the run, right? Assuming I don't choke on my tea before the end of it. That's easier than it sounds. Wait, no. Hold on. Flip that and reverse it. That's harder than it sounds. Re-trigger once. Destroy 2 cards. There we go, 2 aces. And then we'll go for... We'll go for the pair. I did remember to turn my mic back on, didn't? Yes, I did. Okay, good. I think we go straight to the boss blind, right? Kings and threes. Let's change the king to a wild card. Why not while we're at it? Wait, no, wild. That's not what I thought it meant. We'll discard the 4. Okay, 13,800. I am really sorry. I'm coughing up a storm. We've got 5s, aces, and deuces. I'm gonna add another 8. Let's go for the boat. Neither of these really speak to me. I mean, we get our $3 back instantly with that. -4 mult per round played. Short-term gain. Not really worth it at this stage because, yeah, we get +20, but we drop down to ×16. So I think that's worse off. Like at the moment, this is +250 minimum. 30 × 16 is 480, and we can just sell it after. That'd be wrong. Played face cards give +5 mult when scored. Well, let's take Uranus. We'd have to guarantee face cards. We'd have to guarantee 2 face cards, I think. Right? I mean, we're dropping more than that, right? Because what's our base mult for a 2-pair? 3. So 13 times 25 is a lot. $325, whereas 13 you basically need to reverse it, right? So you need 3 face cards to make it worth it, something like that. It's an investment. I bet a lot of you are like, why are you even agonizing over this? It's an easy decision, right? You just take the 25x. Yeah, we'll go. I mean, we're playing this. I don't need an extra voucher. Okay, trip 5s. It's not that easy a decision though, because the thing is, yes, you're losing out in the short term, but you're cutting off a lot of lines in the longer term. I feel like that's the thing, is if you dedicate to only having one Joker, then I mean, we could have got rid of the Mad Joker and put the Face Joker in, I suppose. I don't think these alone are gonna get us across the line. That's what I mean. These are gonna do us well for a while, but we're going to need something else at some point. Do we want to find out if quads count as 2-pair? I think we want to find out if quads count as 2-pair. No. Interesting. I mean, the hand technically contains 2 pairs. I'd have thought Ty would go to the runner on that. Yeah. That's what I was sitting and considering. Ooh. I think we go Arcana and we go Arcana all the way, right? I mean, let's choose 2. Well, actually, hold on. Let's go. Change these into diamonds, why not? Loads of money. Well, it's that old joke at the end of Only Fools and Horses, where Del Boy has 2 pair, and he shows it, and it's a pair of aces and a pair of aces. Or a pair of kings and a pair of kings. So I'm a little perplexed why, considering how fast and loose this game plays with the rules. I'm a little perplexed as to why that didn't count. But you know, live and you learn. Bonus cards. Do we want to just go infinite money? I think the ball would be helpful here, right? 2 random tarot cards. Why not? Magician and the Tower. Don't think we need those. I think we take the voucher. +5 chips when scored. No. Upgrade high card by 3 Do we? Do we? I don't think we need to upgrade high card by 3 levels. But okay, I guess. Throw out the jack. Okay. 19 deuces. Oh, that has to be held in hand. What am I agonizing over? What am I agonizing over? Jesus Christ! 114 grand. Okay, maybe this game is a lock. We just need to do that. No. Hearts. Let's... Yeah, I probably win now, but also... I never want to get too complacent. I've had runs where it's like, I've been going really well, I've been running really good, and then I get to ante 8, and it all falls apart. Or a boss blind just completely screws everything up. Like this one. This one is... It could be a pain if we have to do a second hand. That's all I'm saying. We don't have to do a second hand. I think... Yeah, the words "you probably win now," yeah. You might be right. Yes, let's take that immediately. Let's take +1 hand size to give us a better odds of hitting at least 2 pair. Take the Arcana. What are our big... So aces, 8s, and fives and deuces. No, we just take the planet cards, right? Oh, great. It's a flush and a straight flush. Oh, no reason not to use them. I'll take the standard pack as well. Yes, feel free to ask the stupid question. Because I probably have a stupid answer. I actually like it where it is. This is... I play this to sort of not so much chill out, but I like the pace of it. Also, the longer the animations are going on, the more time I have to be able to look over at Twitch chat. The more time that I have to be able to do other things with the stream as well, without lengthening things massively. Right, what I'm gonna do, because my throat is still feeling quite heavy, and we have been going an hour since our last break, I'm going to quickly go. I'm going to go on break for another 5 minutes to see if I can clear whatever the heck has happened to my throat. I will be back shortly. But in the meantime, have some relaxing Balatro music and stuff. Okay. Still feeling like, but I think I've cleared the worst of it. There we go. I sent you a thing on Discord. Yes, I've seen. Thank you, Poker. Yep. There we go. There we go. Yes, SB. I was just waiting for ads to finish rolling. I don't like playing whilst ads are playing because then people who aren't subbed or who've got ads miss out on stuff. So as a general rule, when I take a break and I run ads, I wait for the ads to finish before I carry on. I also try and line it up so I do a 5-minute break every hour. Reason behind that is mostly because it's good to take a screen break every once in a while, first of all. And second of all, oh yeah, no, I'm not. I wasn't playing anything. You will have heard the music in the background because I didn't put the music back on, but you'll have heard the game music back in the background because it's a nice soundtrack to just vibe to. I feel they did really good sound design on this. Really good sound design. Let's go with the 8. Water start with 0 discards. Yikes. Oh, 0 discards, you say? Well, how about I just play this 2 pair? The they in that statement is one guy that Local Funk commissioned on Fiverr. Jesus Christ. Louis Clement. Louis F. Clement. Balatro soundtrack NA. That's Louis F. I mean, the next question is he still on Fiverr? Because if he is, I mean, I realise I have other people closer to home who... No, okay. Who can do some really good sound design as well. You know, I've got... Toad Boy is absolutely amazing in what they do, and the composition they did for after hours Wordle among friends was just tip top. I think let's convert the king into convert left into right. Okay. Wait, what's the full? No. Wait, no! Ah! Nope! Ah, shoot! So you know how usually with that, you always put the lower card the other side because that's how they get. This one time, the one time I don't need to do it and I bloody do it. Oh God. I mean, it's not the be all and end all, but it's. We've lost one of our 8s. I deffed the other way, but not because I was just like, oh, you know, I'm trying to turn the higher card, the lower card into the higher card. I actually moved it as if I was turning the lower card into the higher card, because it's just reflex, and then, yeah. I was like, def doesn't work like that. Oh, wait. You always have to drag it and then not realizing that I'm turning the higher card into the lower card. Steel card and bonus cards. Okay. Tarot cards appeared twice as frequently. You know what? Sure. We've got the money. Wheel of Fortune. No. See, that wouldn't be too bad, but I don't have enough in there. The times 3 would make up for the times 5 that that'd be 48. So 11, 12, 13, 14 would be 2 away. I'm gonna take it. Do we take the $40 or do we take the free stuff? I think we want to go to a shop as soon as possible because we want to get this number up. Number go better. The other thing we want to do is I'm going to do some discards. No, 4s and 3s. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I'll do a discard just because. Yeah, we've got a bunch of 5s, so let's do ace and a 5. I don't plan on using a jack, so we'll enhance that. Oh look, we got 2 5s and 2 4s. 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 2 5s and
just made it. What? Okay, right, hold on. Hold on. Now I need to do maths again. Yeah, hold on. I mean, first thing we're using this. That's a given. Let's see if we can add an enhanced card. Preferably one that... Sure, you know what? We'll take the 10. So that's now 15. We'll buy this to get another enhanced card. We'll take the pair. Just on the off chance. Right, okay. So that's times 4. Buying this will take it down to times 3. But effectively make it times 6. With the polychrome. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. This is worth it. Assuming it's a face card. So 3. Yeah, okay, right. All face cards are drawn face down. Do we skip or do we play? I don't think doubling the tag is going to help us. I think we need to go to a shop at this point. Jesus Christ. Oh, hold on. Driver's license is now in effect. This isn't going to do anything, is it? But it's going to give us times 1.5. Okay. So even without a face card, we are sort of wrecking house. Let's take the Hanged Man. We want an ace. No, let's take a king. And the 2 pair. Next round. Face cards drawn face down. Well, we've got trip 2s. We've got a full house straight away. Might actually be more worthwhile for us to... Yeah, let's burn the 3. And the 5? I might actually burn the ace. Because we're
playing towards face cards now. Oh no, it's on fire. That's another Uranus. I think... Okay, use this. Time for a wheel of disappointment. Great. Eight, 6. No. Rerolls cost $2 less. Not really looking for jokers right now. Blind is selected. Gain +3 hands and lose all discards. This joker gains +8 chips when each played 2 is scored. No. I'm gonna take that because we might want to reroll at some point. Like right now, Wheel of Fortune. No. Final reroll. I'll take the Hanged Man. Rerolls at next chop start at 0. No repeat hand types. Okay. No. We want to thin the deck out a little bit. Let's get rid of the 5 and the 9. Damn it. Okay. I'll take your 200k from one hand, that's fine. Good card. No, it's not worth it. Let's have a look at Celestial. Gonna upgrade my 3 of a kind just in case. Because this is a blind where we might want to use it. I don't really want to add another 7. That might be useful. That might be useful. Spectral. If we add negative to a random joker, these go up, don't they? I am enjoying sipping tea. I've got Lady Grey on the go today. Time sure flies. That's what this little mug down here is for. So, I mean, we're going to... I mean, I have a second spectral pack coming. So let's... What's... No repeat hand types. Let's take the queen and make it wild. I'm going to hold off on that. I'm going to reduce hand size by 1 and take the negative because that's going to increase this. Don't really want aces. Let's increase that and that. I realise that didn't do much in the grand scheme of things, but destroy one random card in your hand. And a gold. I mean, a gold seal is always useful. We'll add it to the king. Plans for 2025 is to survive. Fair, yeah. It's certainly one of those years where treading water may be an achievement for a considerable number of people. And my heart goes out to all of them. Because, yeah, it's one of those years. Also fish and chips. Okay, fish and chips is an achievable goal. Like proper fish and chips. We're talking, you know, battered fish, fried chips, like proper chips. You're making it for dinner. Okay. Now, are you one of those fancy people who puts a wedge of lemon with your fish and chips? Or do you just go salt and vinegar? Or do you not season it at all? No repeat hand types. Okay. Well, let's just go straight in with the 2 pair, right? Salt and vinegar is my usual go-to. Great. Yeah. I'm a little hesitant at getting... So when I order from the chippy, I always put my vinegar on at home because if they put it on at the chippy, the paper tends to stick to the fish and chips, and then you just end up with fish batter stuck to the paper. And I prefer it on the fish, you know, rather than having to peel it off. I'll take that. That's why my mate still has that beer batter recipe from uni. Beer battered fish and chips is like, it's very much if you were to go to a gastro pub and get fish and chips, beer battered fish and chips is what you probably get. It's also what I get from the frozen brand from down the road. Do we go Wheel of Disappointment? Can something be negative and polychrome? I don't want an answer to that. I don't think. I think I want to find out the hard way. Do I want to find out? Or do I just want to take strength? I think I just want to take strength. Let's just load up on kings. Let's load up on kings. Why not? Avoid the question entirely. Take a reroll. Good deal on a halibut. Okay. I tend to go so. Either haddock or hokey or pollock. Pollock is a good substitute because cod is in short supply. Haddock, it's haddock. You know, it's a good fish. Can get a little bit pungent. But yeah. Is it cod that's in short supply or haddock? I know that there was a... Yeah. It's down 33% over the previous decade, and then there's been rising demand as well. So I've been moving away from cod where I can, and a lot of the chippies around here have as well. Purely because, you know, at some point they're gonna have to move away. It's becoming more and more expensive. I'm intrigued to see what the rare Joker's going to be. And if it's going to be worth it. One random Joker is disabled every hand. Okay. I think we discard anything that isn't a face card right now. Aces. 8. Sort of hurting for queens. Times 1.5 is really handy. I've got a lot of kings. 15 pounds of potatoes. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of patatas. That's a lot of patatas. I mean, you're going to be having... I mean... If you haven't ever tried shepherd's pie or cottage pie, now might be a good time if you've got a lot of potatoes to spare. Let's get rid of the gold card because we can always get another one. There we go. 2 pair. You make cottage pie like 3 times a month. Fair! And we'll turn the 10 into the gold card for now. Yeah. Normal sack. Oh, Jesus, it's on fire. Lamb is expensive, that's fair. So if you want the seed for that run where I got those 2 negative jokers, SB, there it is. I will in fact copy that to you right now. There you go. Let's see how far we could have got. Because this is a ridiculous build. No. Eights. We have a few eights, I'll take it. +1 consumable slot. Sure, we've got the money. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't... My local supermarket doesn't have big sacks of spuds either. They only do them in kilogram bags, but you know, if you go to somewhere... If you're somewhere rural, you can probably get a sack of spuds fairly easily. Purple seal. Single suit. Farmer's market. See? Must play 5 cards. Ooh! Is free and becomes polychrome. To a random suit. I think I'm going to go for the purple seal and I'm going to put it on the 7. Reroll. Hanged man. Reroll. Yep. I know leveling up high card is stupid, but also I guarantee you there will be a time where we want to use it. Same with the lovers. We're gonna go to the next round. We've got 10s and 3s. Let's... Let's burn the 6 and the 4. This should do it. Yeah, we don't get, you know, the gold cards, but so what? Yeah, I'm not really in a place where I can get a farmer's market. Plus, I've got no way to transport it all either. I'd have to come back on the, you know, I'd have to use public transport, and that's not happening with, you know, whatever. There are no farmers markets in Antarctica. Yeah, exactly. There are no farmers. There might be a market. I mean, there sort of has to be, right? Especially with the amount of researchers that are up here. Some entrepreneuring research base will be like, oh, we don't actually pay for your food, we charge you for it. It comes out your paycheck or whatever.
And there probably will be something. 549. Not really feeling it. Next base edition Shop Joker is free in Polychrome. You know what? Sure. Right, we need to play 5 cards. Stone cards in hand, that's good. We've got 8s. I'm gonna bin the 3. There we go. Oh! I don't even need to play the stone card. I should have put the kings after the 8. Oh well. Not that it matters, because that was a million. Jesus Christ, okay. This is busted. Oh! When a blind is selected, gain +3 hands and lose all discards. Okay, now I need to do maths, because you think this is busted, that's cute. Fair. I have seen some things go absolutely astronomical. I know we haven't really gone into demonstrating a loop yet. But right. I've seen some of the stuff you do, yeah. So times 1.5, is that worth? We go down from times 16 to times 9. 9 times 1.5 is times 12, so no. Let's do the celestial stuff and then we'll reroll. Trips. And again. I think that's high enough. I'm gonna go for the 3 of a kind. Just because I'm wary right now. Hangman. No. Next blind is 560,000. Rerolls the next shop starts at 0. We might go straight to 840 because having rerolls start at 0 might be handy. All spades are debuffed. Okay then. Let's see if I can game the system here. Jacks. Got a few jacks. We don't need the stone card. We don't need the 10.
Uh-huh. I should have burnt them. Oh well. We're gonna play 4 of a cut. Interesting. Oh, hold on. Let's make this king wild. We'll do 4. This will give us a planet card for it, which is the main thing right now. Is just buffing this as much as possible. Oh, that wasn't enough. Queens and 8s. There we go. Yeah, time sure flies. Feel free to send me a photo of those fish and chips. Cause actually, no, don't, because then I'll get cravings. I'll get hungry and I'll need to order in, and I can't afford to order in right now. I really can't. You should see the delivery fees on stuff to Antarctica. It's insane. I think we take the jack. We're sort of on a face card run right now. We take the jack. Spades are debuffed. Really a reason why we don't take it. We roll. No. Hermit. Yep, let's double our money. That was 3 money. We're unlikely to ever get a straight flush, but for $2, it's worth the security. Final one. Sure, I'll level up the straight. So we're going against 1.1 mil. I'll do 1 more reroll, sure. That might be handy actually. That might get us out of a tight spot. Because they have to be scored for us to gain malt. And wild cards count as all suits. That might get us out of a tough spot. Okay. Done in one hand. One and done. Plus one hand is always handy. And now, Mr. Larder, I expect you to die. Yeah, we're reaching that point, aren't we? Although, upgrading Flush by a ridiculous amount of levels might be helpful. Let's do the Spectral Pack. Removes negative from copy. Purple seal, single suit. Okay. Create a copy of a random Joker, destroys all other Jokers. That's not great. That's not great unless some sort of miracle happens. I think we're going to go for the aura. And we'll do it on this one instead. Foil. Oh, we get to choose two. And we'll add a purple seal to the 6. Celestial. Two pair is much better than 3 of a kind. One in 7 cards get drawn face down. That's fine. We can deal with that. One select card into a wild card. Yeah, okay, next round. Now, do we double to upgrade our flush? I think let's play this out. Okay, straight away we've got aces and 5s, right? So we can deal with that. Turn it into a wild card. Let's actually enhance these. Discard D7, 10, and Queen. Justice. Makes a glass card. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make 4 into only happens when it's scored. Okay. It only rolls when it's scored. Just take the extra $1. So we're looking for 7.2 million. This is going to be a bit of an ask. Okay. I think it might be time to leave. Got 2 jacks. Probably going to get rid of the ace. Probably going to get rid of the stone cards as well, just because we need as many draws as possible. High Priestess. 2 random player cards. Wild card. Let's make you your spades. Your spades. Now hold on. No, I don't want this to be that. Will we use it on this? 2 random player cards. The best hand in the game and the worst hand in the game. Well, the best hand in standard poker and the worst hand in standard poker. I think more malt is worthwhile. Let's play it out. Not even close! Jesus Christ! We need a miracle. And we have 1 discard. I mean, I don't have many 2s. Don't have many 3s. I don't have many 9s. We've got a bunch of 8s. That was our last discard. Okay. Got 3 hands. 10, 9, Jack 10, 9, 8. Ah. I think this is where it ends. Pair of jacks. Do we hang on to those? Ah, screw it. Let's go 10, 9, 8, deuce. Let's get rid of those cards. We've got 2 hands to make a lot. Oh, 1 hand to go. I think this is it. I think this is the end. Oh my goodness, it's almost 10 o'clock. I've been going live for almost 6 hours. What's our flush stats at? Our 2 pair is better than our flush. Let's go out swinging. Let's go out swinging. I know we're gonna lose. We don't have the. Yeah. Just barely halfway. We needed a big hand. And I mean big. Have at least 5 Joker cards with foil, holographic, or polychrome. chips. Each played ace of spades gives double mole. Okay. Have at least 3 wild cards in your deck. Hearts, diamonds, cat. Okay, so this is the smudge joker. Remember that, because... Okay. Well, it was a good run. It was good while it lasted. Ooh. It is 10 o'clock. Let's have a look. What am I doing tomorrow? I am out and about. I am going to... Yeah, I think I'm going to end it there for the night. I think that's the plan. I think that's how we're going to do this. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Sort of still working a few things out. Let's go back to the bar, shall we? Hold on. Let me just... Oh, forgot my tea. There we go. And there we go. Well, thank you all for coming along tonight. Thank you all for watching. It's been good having some company. Thank you to those of you that subscribed as well. Big thank you to big thank you to Pekaritai. Pekaritai? This name. There. That one. And to Muramasa for deciding to use their Prime sub on this little penguin. It really does mean a lot because you only get one of them a month, and the fact that you've used it here, it's an honour. Frankly, especially considering, you know, I'm not exactly the big, big time streamer who does this every day. So, thank you very much. Thank you all for coming out and watching as well. We're going to head to the break screen whilst I work out where I'm sending you next. And I will probably be back on Tuesday unless something comes up in the meantime. What we're probably going to be doing is... I mean, we've done a lot today. We made that! We made this work. And that's what I'm going to be leaving you with whilst I figure out who we're raiding. So, thank you all very much for coming. See you Sunday. We might make some more improvements to that on Sunday. And have an excellent week. I'll be about in Ash's stream tomorrow. and Friday, hopefully. And then, yeah, next weekend, we're back at it again. If you haven't followed Ash already, please do. Absolutely amazing streamer who takes time out of their week to make game shows that run on Twitch. It is absolutely ridiculous that they managed to make that work, and they do it with such grace and such style. So they'll be live tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock UK time. I know Royal Flush is going to be back on a Thursday, and also shout out to PJ, who made our little drawing up there. They're also going to be doing a couple of other favours for me in future, hopefully, if all being well. But have a good evening, and I'll see you next time. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. But okay, I guess we're running ads for the next 3 minutes. I need to fix that. That's a me problem. I'm sorry. Let's go and raid people. We're gonna go and say hi to Katie. Spoke a little bit about her earlier. She's one of the people that I've been role-playing with quite a bit over the years in GTA and in DayZ. We actually were on an admin team for a server a long while ago. So I'm gonna send you over there. Have a good rest of your evening. I was going to send you somewhere else, but said person has since gone offline. So yeah, I'll send you over to Katie. They're doing some World of Warcraft hardcore. And I'll see you on Sunday.